responsible for writing your scores down at the conclusion of each game and turning in your recap sheet to the tournament table. As a courtesy to the other competitors, as you finish your game and move lanes, please allow the pair you are moving to time to complete their game, and only athletes are to be in the settee area. Also, to ensure the names and scores move across the house, please press the arrows on the console before moving to your next pair. Now, let's give these athletes a round of applause as they begin round 2 of their tournament competition. Bowlers, when your arrows come up, you may begin your tournament play. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of qualifying at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. We are competing at the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino. 70 lanes of action currently underway. Right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith with USBC Communications, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, Brad Houghton and company. We are in game 1 of 6 here for day 2. We'll get you a full recap of everything going on. Take a look at the results from day number 1 as well. Let's settle in real quick, meet our competitors. Of course, we'll get you the all-important information on today's tricky-looking oil pattern. So joining us, 43 and 44, Caitlin Dickerson. She is up on lane 43 right now, looking to clean up that 3-6-10. Cameron Snyder, Haley Connolly, Laura Branch, a junior Team USA member in 2018, is going to be up on 44 in a moment, and Megan Hess is our 5 on 43 and 44. On 45 and 46, we have Ariana Campbell delivering the strike there in the 4th. Faith Welch will be stepping up on lane 45 in a moment. Haley Schwark and Amanda Morgan. As we mentioned yesterday, we had Amanda on the featured pairs. Also a member of Junior Team USA in 2018. Today's pattern, which you can find by visiting bull.com/Team USA Trials. Got some good links in the description video, but we're going to just link you directly to the oil pattern so you can get a look at it. Throw that in the chat right now. 38 feet in length, 18.83 mils on the Fire Ice Oil. So I think that's going to be the interesting part about this 38 feet. Pretty normal. We don't get to see 18 mils too often. There's a link to the oil pattern. Of course, you can follow live scoring as well to follow your favorite competitors throughout the course of the event. We heard some rumblings from players and bystanders. They thought this might be the trickiest of the 5 patterns being used this week. So saw a few different attack angles in practice. Players got 10 minutes of warm-up prior to the start of competition. Now we're ready to go. 6 games to determine who leads day number 2 here at Team Trials and who's sitting in a good spot. We're sitting at the end of 2 overall days. We'll talk about the standings and kind of how that works in determining the Team USA Trials champion and U.S. Amateur Stepladder finalists. And Don in the chat is right, 18 mils, definitely on the light end of the pattern, or light amount, I guess. Yesterday's pattern, 36 feet in length, had a 31 mils on the men's side, 28 on the women's, so pretty significant difference, even though the pattern length only 2 feet long. Good question in the chat from Zach about how many mills is considered a lot. And we were kind of discussing that yesterday, not on the broadcast here, but after we finished up for the day. And, you know, kind of when you get into the higher 20s, definitely into the 30s, that's when the volume kind of is considered more on the higher side. To say, just in general at events, we don't get to see volume in the teens very often. So that's all part of the test, though, this week, is seeing that versatility that these 152 players can showcase as they try to navigate 5 patterns over 5 days, 6 games a day. And when we look at the overall rankings throughout the course of the tournament, what we're really looking at is where you finish in the standings each day. So that's going to determine our Team Trials champion, our stepladder finalists for the U.S. Amateur, and our automatic selections for Team USA and Junior Team USA in 2019. So looking at yesterday's standings, as we can see, Caitlin Johnson had the big first day, finishing with 279 and 266 to get to 1449. Shannon O'Keefe was second with 1385. Liz Culkin, 1354. Kelly Kulik, 1348. Jasmine Mason, 1346. So pinfall for them all goes away today. So that's how that works, just like that. So you accumulate your pinfall each day, but it doesn't carry over to the next round or to the next portion of the event, if you will. The important thing is your spot in the standings. So Caitlin Johnson, as we mentioned, was the leader for day 1, so she received 1 ranking point. Shannon O'Keefe was second. She received 2 ranking points. If we go further down in the standings, April McDonald was 8th, so she got 8 ranking points. If we look at, let's say, Kayla Hicks in 19th place. She got 19 ranking points, and it continues on down the line. So by the time you get through all 5 patterns and 5 days of competition, you want that ranking point to be as low as possible, because that means you're near the top of the standings each and every day. So that's the cool part. So it's not necessarily a race to get as many pins as you can for the culmination of the event, but it's about being consistent from pattern to pattern. So even though Caitlin was essentially 60 pins ahead of the field, she just has 1 point. So she's only 1 point ahead of Shannon O'Keefe, even though she beat Shannon by 60 plus pins yesterday. So that's kind of how we're looking for the end of the event, and kind of when we start to talk about results a little bit more. That's what we'll be talking about. So to address a few questions in the chat, we'll start with John. So you can't have one bad day, and that's definitely going to make it tougher, John. If you find yourself, kind of in the 80s or the 90s for one day, you're going to need a lot of top 5 finishes based off of kind of what we've seen in the past. Obviously, with a little bit bigger field this week, that might make it even tougher if you have a really bad day. But of course, that's where a few of the other opportunities to basically kind of come back and impress the National Selection Committee comes into play. So that's going to address Rebecca's question, how many players are chosen for Team USA. On the adult side, there will be a minimum of 12 players who are selected for the team this week. And for the junior teams, it will be 6 additional players joining the 6 who have already earned spots based off of their performance at the 2018 Junior Gold Championship. So 12 boys, 12 girls, 12 men, 12 women to represent Junior Team USA and Team USA, the adult version, in the calendar year. Taking a look here across the live scoring, we do see a few bowlers having a nice look here on the fresh. Dakota Hazelwood over on 61-62 started it off with 7 consecutive strikes. We'll keep an eye on her. A nice shot from Laura, as we mentioned. Laura earned a spot on Junior Team USA in 2018. Rolled a 300 game at the 2017 event, which was also held here in Las Vegas at Sunset Station. Today, once again, we are at Gold Coast. Of course, we'd like to thank Mike Kaufman, his staff here. Always do a great job at all the Boyd Gaming bowling properties. Brunswick is out here helping us with scoring this week. So Rick Barbera, Rick Cruz. Appreciate all the hard work those guys are putting in, getting us scores this week. Kegel is the official lane maintenance provider. Herman Glenn out here waxing them up this week. And finally, Logo Infusion, the official jersey provider of Team USA and Junior Team USA. Take the hits when you can get them. Now up to 9 in a row for Dakota Hazelwood. Collegiate competitor for Stephen F. Austin. So we finished day number 1 with a perfect game, courtesy of Shauna Strauss. Can we start day 2 with 1 as well? Shot by Haley there in her 9th frame, 7-pin. Stubborn. See Caitlin also leaving the 7-pin, attacking the lanes from a much different angle. Getting further left. Shot there from Amanda for double the 7th, 10th. Ariana Campbell going to have a nice clean game here. Chance to get to 220 with a strike on her fill ball. Going to be leading the way on our featured pairs here. Looks like Dakota's run of strikes ended as she kicked off the 10th frame, a 6 count up there. She can still get to 276 with the spare. Paige Peters was the player in front 7. On lanes 9 and 10. Her sister Cameron, one of the players who has already earned a spot on Junior Team USA in 2019. They actually crossed yesterday, so that was probably pretty cool for them. Nice game, Ariana. 220. Good way to start the day. Just kind of look around the house. Brenda Padilla also having a nice start to her day. Chance to get to 279. She hit 247 out there by Lauren Pate. Sydney Brum at 231. Just taking a glance at live scoring. 276 for Dakota. She'll be the early leader here. Amanda makes it 3 in a row. Thank you for tuning in there, Coach Andy. Certainly appreciate it. Appreciate everyone joining us here on Bowl TV for Team USA Trials. Always a great way to kick off the year for us. One way or the other, I get to spend New Year's Day in Las Vegas every year. Get to follow that up with the opportunity watch the top bowlers compete for spots on Team USA and Junior Team USA. So that's a treat for us as well. Late four-bagger gets Amanda Morgan to 193. Haley finishes with 171. Faith 178. Ariana with a nice 220. Kick off day number one, or day number 2, game number 1. Now up to 9 in a row on 9 and 10 for Paige Peters. So she happens to shoot 300. I'm very confident our social media team already patiently waiting for Paige's first shot of the 10th frame. You'll be able to find that on the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook. Just be sure to keep an eye on at USBC on Twitter and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram to follow this year's event through social media. When you're not here on Bowl TV, of course. Players will be moving on to the next pair after this. Lane assignments can be found. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Caitlin gets the first hit in the 10th, can still get to 205. Good question from David in the chat. If, for instance, 3 people both finished the day with the same 6-game total, they would receive the same amount of ranking points. So that's when those little things like fill balls and trying stuff, you always have it in the back of your head. Is this potentially costing me a spot? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Nice shot there from Megan to kick off her 10th frame, the daughter of USBC Masters champion Tom Hess, who's also competing this week. She can still get to 172. Good shot from Cameron there to kick off the 10th. That pesky 9-pin. Left standing, however. So, as we look at live scoring, looks like Paige got 7 on her first shot in the 10th, so we'll have to wait to game 2 for the next run. But definitely some strong starts out there. We mentioned Brenda Padilla. She finished with 257. Past Team USA Trials champion from 2010. Wasting no time, starting game 2 on 45 and 46. We'll welcome Elizabeth Ross, Hannah Trisky, Dana Ackerson, and Isabella Pohl to the featured pairs. Lanes 45 and 46. Still finishing up here in game number 1, Haley Connolly will have the honors. Like Paige got to 275 that game, so some big starts. Dakota's at 276. Paige 275. We saw once again Brenda at 257. So would agree they definitely look tricky out there. Got some folks striking though. Haley Connolly will finish up with 130 as game 1 wraps up here. Bull TV transitioning quickly to game number 2 at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials. We talked a little bit about the format of the event, the ranking points, trying to consistently finish near the top of the standings each day in hopes of becoming Team USA Trials champion. Potentially the U.S. Amateur champion for those who qualify. But also a very important aspect is obviously becoming a part of Team USA or Junior Team USA in 2019. Let's kick things off here for Game 2 by kind of running down how you become, or how you earn a spot essentially on Team USA. So first and foremost, the top 4 finishers in the standings will automatically earn spots on Team USA for both the men's and the women's team. So finish in the top 4 at the end of day 5, automatically on the adult team. We'll focus on the adult team first and foremost. So there's 4 spots. The U.S. Amateur champion is also guaranteed a spot on Team USA 2019. If they so happen to be one of those players who's already in the top 4 of the overall standings, then they would go down to 5th place in the standings to determine essentially that spot. So that's 5 players. The National Selection Committee can pick up to a minimum of 2 players based off of their performances this week at Gold Coast, bringing our total up to 7 players. And then the National Selection Committee also can select up to 5 players from submitted resumes. The criteria to submit a resume for the adult team: you have had to have been on Team USA or Junior Team USA in the past 10 years. On the men's side, in the top 25 in earnings on the PBA Tour in 2018. On the women's side, top 25 in points for the 2018 PWBA Tour season. So that gets us to 12 players on Team USA, both men and women. On the youth side, in a similar fashion, the top 4 youth eligible players automatically earn spots on Junior Team USA for 2019. The National Selection Committee can also select 2 players, or a minimum of 2 players, based off of performances here this week at Gold Coast. And they can also consider performances at the 2018 Junior Gold Championships, which took place in Dallas. So that's 6 players. And then 6 players already have earned their spots on Junior Team USA in 2019 based off of qualifying and earning the spot through Junior Gold in 2018. So that is the makeup, the dynamic, whatever you'd like to call it. We'll get to our players this week for Team USA and Junior Team USA. With that description in the books, let's welcome 43 and 44 to Game 2. Casey Eaton got off to a strong start, 234. Starts off with a strike. We have Samantha Gaynor getting ready to step up on 43. Tiffany Clark and Lauren Tomaszewski will be our 4 players. Also saw Lauren yesterday. But who I'm really seeing for the first time all day, my man, Emil Williams Jr. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I am great. How are you doing?
Oh, you know. Just doing what we do.
Doing what we do. Truer words have never been spoken. Great question from Sean in the chat. Everyone is bowling together. This is the women's squad. The men's squad will be coming up later today, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 local time. Great shot there from Hannah for the early double. And what determines a youth player for Junior Team USA is a little bit different than what we're used to here in the United States. So essentially, when you think about USBC youth membership, players have the opportunity to move up to the adult ranks to become a professional, and then they lose their youth status essentially for USBC competition, league-wise, for scholarships, things of that nature. For Junior Team USA, however, all the events they compete at are World Bowling events. So World Bowling has a different criteria for youth individuals, essentially, and who can be on Junior Team USA, as well as across the whole spectrum of the globe, not just here in the United States. But that's why this event in Junior Team USA follows that same guidelines to be able to have those players. But the rule states player this year is eligible for Junior Team USA. I always like reading the rule. I feel that's always more.
You can almost never go wrong.
More professional, so I'm going to do it that way.
Verbatim.
Sometimes I talk funny and I say dumb things, so I just want to make sure here. But to qualify for Junior Team USA 2019, participants must be 20 or younger as of January 1st, 2019. So that is the criteria, and once again, that is only age relevant for Junior Team USA. So in the past, we've seen young bowlers who are already adult USBC members make Junior Team USA perfectly fine. We've even seen professionals make Junior Team USA because they were young enough. 2016 World Youth Championships had Jesper Svensson bowling for Team Sweden because Jesper was of the correct age group. He had not turned 21 as of the proper date for that particular year. So he was eligible to compete for Sweden's junior team. My goodness, there he was. So we got good people like Kelly in the chat. Kelly, thank you. This is what we need. So for Lauren Tomacheski. So my apologies. But certainly feel free in the chat. This goes for everyone. If we're butchering a name and you can help us out, please let us know. Another good question from Sean. Youth players can make Team USA as well. So that top four in the standings does not look at essentially the status of the player, professional, amateur, youth. Anyone who finishes in the top four of the overall standings at the end of the week automatically earns that spot. Additionally, the National Selection Committee, if they feel a player has bowled well enough and has shown enough to earn a spot on the adult team, and they're still eligible for the youth team, perfectly all right as well. Cortez Shank the defending U.S. amateur champion. You can see him on the masking unit above lanes 45 and 46. Cortez is on Junior Team USA and Team USA. So if you earn it through your performance throughout the week, you get an extra week at Team USA camp.
It's not a bad deal.
Let's see, you get to work with Rod Ross and Brian O'Keefe and train at the International Training and Research Center. Get your picture taken twice. 2 photo days. I think it would be quite all right indeed. But essentially, you know, the Junior Team USA, obviously there's youth competitions across the globe of the same type of atmosphere, if you will. You know, we just had the World Bowling Men's Championships in Hong Kong last month. So there are youth events of similar nature. World Youth Championships took place in 2018 in Detroit. And so the Junior Team USA program obviously competes at that, but thinking long term, you know, recently some big news, Chris Barnes and Tommy Jones just retired from Team USA. And so there essentially needs to be a consistent stepping stone for the program to be able to develop younger players, kind of get them used to the camp, used to the environment, used to World Bowling rules. And Junior Team USA kind of helps prepare those young athletes for that time when they're ready to step up and be part of the adult team.
Well said, Aaron Smith.
Thanks, Emil. Appreciate that.
I know there's been a couple of good games out there. During game 1 across the building. But overall, as we anticipated, scores look considerably lower. And many, of course, anticipated that, almost prepared for it as well. But one thing I'm not seeing a lot of, at least when I walk down the concourse, I actually went down to see Paige Peters for a 9 attempt. Or attempt at 300, I should say. And but just in that area, there didn't look to be very many urethane bowling balls going down the lane. Most were playing the outside part of the lane, both right-handers and left-handers. And especially during game 1, you could still see people, I should say players, really trying to figure out where they should be. That adjustment period and getting lined up today seemed a little bit longer than, obviously yesterday, where it was a little bit more defined.
Yeah, once you start to get into that 38, 39, 40-foot range, that's where you kind of get to the multiple angle parts. A lot of folks who build patterns kind of intended that way, multiple angles to score, so it doesn't necessarily just cater to one particular style. 36 feet, obviously, the shorter it gets, the more predominant the gutter is, the longer the pattern is generally. See players play closer or try not to give away the head pin, move in a little bit quicker. But yeah, 38 feet. We saw it in practice. We saw it here. Players moving in quickly. A few folks stayed outside.
Shot there, Dana Ackerson over on 46. Stephanie Clark. She'll trip a 4-pin. Other players just within our eyesight range. Josie Barnes picked up her first double on 47 and 48. She gets 214. Abby Ragsdale's on that pair, along with Ashley Dunn, Brianna Cote. Good shot there from Samantha Gaynor. Yeah, she's interesting to watch. Try to figure out if you were out there competing, what would you do? I'm not ashamed to say, I don't know. Outside looks to be okay. There are some players who are giving the head pin away just slightly. We're not talking about covering 15 boards, certainly, but you can be left of 5, a 12 to 7 type of thing.
Sounds like a shot maker's kind of day.
I would definitely agree with that. Okay, we'll see what Game 4 presents. As an example, we get 3 games on the pattern.
But before we get to Game 4,
how about that?
Let's go over Game 1 standings. For the daily, Dakota Hazelwood, as we mentioned, had the front 9, 276. Paige Peters, 275. Brenda Padilla, 257. Lauren Payton, 247. Sage Yamada, 242. Leanne Vassbinder, 241. Angelique. Oh, Angelique. I have to say like each part of her name, and then I won't say it in the like correct fast fashion that I should. Del Sandro, I really had to talk myself into that. 238, Casey Eaton on our featured pair, 234. Also at 234 was Aaron McCarthy. And Sydney Brummett, 231. So still some scores out there. Total of 47 players, even or better.
Greg, I feel you on that. There's definitely going to be a fair share of spare opportunities. And this, yesterday we talked about, obviously, one day, especially early in this event, depending on how tough it was, not kind of breaking you completely. But today is a day where you could lose a lot of pins just on spares alone, simply by the amount, the volume of spares that most will shoot today. So today could be that day based on the pattern. And, if you're selecting a team, spare shooting obviously important in our sport, especially on the biggest stage. This is the day. $190 for Hannah Trisk, Elizabeth Ross, 182. And the pocket 710 there for Isabella Pohl. Dina Ackerson already with 1 in the 10th. It's high flush shot there for Tiffany Clark, by the way. Congrats, Craig. Dana Ackerson finishes with 169. And game 2 is complete on 45 and 46. Should have the women's day 2 results in the event description now. Shot there from Clark. So go ahead and refresh. We'll say women's day 2 results. It is the daily results. The stats that Aaron just mentioned. A couple of 270 games. Dakota Hazelwood 276, Paige Peters 275, Linda Padilla 257, Lauren Pate 247, Sage Yamada 242. She was on our featured pair yesterday, speaking of Sage, towards the latter part of the day, and shot 240 as well. All right, Samantha Gaynor at -9 currently. Plus 21 here. Open in the 9th there for Casey Eaton. Now max score 215. Game 2 coming to an end just about everywhere. All other information you may need, of course, is available at bull.com/Team USA Trials. Many of the items that Aaron described, mentioned, and answered the questions regarding. Dakota Hazelwood in the 10th frame. Final shot. She's going to finish with 183. And really not a bad game. She had one open, but no doubles. Chelsea Barnes shot 203 over 47 and 48. She had one double. So doubles may be hard to come by as Lauren finishes with 171. Tiffany Clark started to find some things late in the game. Look to finish strong here. 168. Right there might have been an overcompensation there for Casey. Get the ball right. And the 9th frame, he crossed over that time, wanted to I make sure that she was on the right side of the head pin. And that's a terrible break there for Samantha Gaynor. You see both Casey and Samantha kind of play in similar areas. Gaynor, however, throwing something with a lot of surface. Actually got down the lane pretty well. I think her release certainly helps that. Good spare there for Eden. Tell you, it probably won't be the last pocket 7-10 we see today. Hopefully it's the last one for Samantha. But I have a feeling just across the field. She take the good with the bad. 203. She put herself in position. Had a bad break. And still will come out plus here in game number 2. Eden gives a different piece of equipment a try. And she too in the books with 203. All right, a little bit of a short delay. It's that time for movement across the pairs. Again, this is day 2. If you are just joining us, this is the USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships with Aaron Smith, Neil Williams Jr., Brent Houghton, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, our tournament staff, Greg Moore, Kathy Prang, Chip McKee, Robin McKee, Wayne Hagan, James O'Connor. Big thanks to all of the staff here at Gold Coast, Mike Kaufman, Luis Jimenez, their entire crew. Thanks to Logo Infusion, our sponsor of USBC Team USA, official jersey provider. Gives you a good opportunity to, well, depending on where you are, it could be lunchtime. Maybe you need a pre-lunch snack. It's a good chance to go and obtain those items, as we'll have game 3 for you in just a few minutes. At the same time, as I just told you that, well, I might go do the same briefly. But let's see if we can figure out who's on our way, or who's on their way to our featured pairs here. Let's see. Looks like we'll have Tara Quinlan, Denisha Waller, and Leah Glazer. It's a pretty good cross there, all with collegiate experience. I believe all current collegiate bowlers as well. Look forward to seeing them. Leah Glazer and Denisha Waller actually teammates at Arkansas State. Tara Quinlan began her journey at McKendree, now at Judson University, that is in Elgin, Illinois. On 44, we'll have Hannah Fortin and Cameron Peters. On 45, we'll see Taylor Davis and Madeline McDuff. Madeline's jersey game is always pretty good. were talking about jerseys earlier in the week, and she's got a cool one on today. Be sure to check that out when you see it. And on 46, we'll have Paige Peters, of course, sister of Cameron, and Ashley Rucker, former Junior Team USA member, I believe, or maybe not. Maybe I've missed some folks on 46. Let's see who else. Or perhaps I'm looking at the wrong lane assignments. Wouldn't be the first time I've done that. Aaron has that weird look on his face because he's looking at me. I was just telling the good people of the bowling viewership that I was trying to figure out who was coming to our featured pairs. And then I read some names, and then I saw a name that I didn't read, put a ball on the rack, and I said, well, I could be looking at the wrong lane assignments. And based on what's happening in front of me, that is correct. All right, folks. Well, let's get a do-over on the lane assignments.
To be fair, that happened to me yesterday, so
I recall that. Aaron's eating lunch at work in between emails watching. We appreciate that. Well, John, I hate to be that guy, but it's like we may be just a tad off on our lane assignments here. Having said that, I believe this is a good opportunity to go check that. I shall return.
Well, this definitely is a unique pairing we got here on 45 and 46, as all 5 players have Team USA or Junior Team USA experience, so you don't necessarily catch that all the time here at team trials, so pretty cool here. Krista Elliott, a member of Junior Team USA in 2018. Stephanie Zavala, past Junior and Team USA member. A great run at the U.S. Amateur a few years back. Stephanie Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe have been a part of Team USA for the past 14 years. Looking to make it 15 in a row. And of course, Lucy Sandlin, longtime Team USA member, World Cup champion, Hall of Famer, one of the best in the business. So this is pretty awesome right here. So good folks at Bowl TV. Enjoy the show. Here's our first look at our defending Team USA Trials champion, Shannon O'Keefe. Her strong performance last year in Las Vegas turned into quite a performance over the course of the 2018 season. Winning team trials, turned into 2 PWBA Tour titles, including the USBC Queens, PWBA Player of the Year, and in November, right here in Las Vegas, became a World Cup champion. Pretty interesting, though, from her first shot, Shannon very active on social media. And we see her practicing a lot with and without her wrist brace, and she is not using it to start game number 3 here. So maybe we'll inquire with a few folks, see about that. Brian O'Keefe, her husband, and also a junior Team USA coach, not sitting too far away from me, so. I'd have to check in with Brian real quick. But one Shannon brings another, and Shannon Pluhowski looks to be heading to 43 and 44 next. Should be joined by Sierra Shashoka, Renelle Lande, and Bridget Jacobs. Course for Shannon Pluhowski, who's getting ready for her first shot here. An 18-time member of Team USA. Can make it 19 in a row here in 2019. Shannon, delivers the early double.
All right, good people. Back with you here. Found out that I was misreading the lane assignment sheet, so I apologize. Having said that, we obviously still have a pretty solid group of players to watch. And the players that I actually did think were on their way will be here the next game. That was a game off. All right, Steph J. Stephanie Zavala, part of the Team USA program previously. A couple years ago, she was on both the adult team and junior team. Was Zavala. Stand out at Sam Houston State. Crystal Elliott, currently on Junior Team USA. I'm sure Aaron has already told you all this. Stepson and pins flying everywhere. Of course, Lucy Sandlin, our World Cup winner. Lucy is the first American woman to win the World Cup back in 1976. USBC Hall of Famer. Of course, Shannon O'Keefe won the 2018 World Cup. So you're watching two women who have won the World Cup here on one pair. Nice shot there from Zavala. Something that was a little bit shiny. I've seen a lot of equipment that has had a little shine to it. Just see Shannon Puchowski going a little urethane. The outside part of the lane. And yet here is O'Keefe. Puchowski doubles. Hey, Jessica, how are you? It's a great attempt at the 310 there from Bridget Jacobs. Yeah, baby splits still just aren't cool. I feel like in some ways you shouldn't be able to miss the 310 in certain ways that you can miss it. Jonathan asked, talking about Kelly Kulick. She is competing. Looks like game 2 scores will be on their way momentarily. But Kulick shot 192 in game 1. Watch Sierra Shoshoka. We just saw Sierra and her Wichita State Shockers win the collegiate shootout at this very bowling center a couple of weeks ago for the 9th consecutive time. Actually, several of her teammates are here as well competing. Kayla Ovesny, Madison Janik, for example. We talked about Destiny Truly yesterday, if you guys recall, if you were watching. If you weren't watching us yesterday, she had the front 10. I believe she shot 287. Well, She's -2 after a couple and has gone spare 5-bagger. Freshman from Minnesota at Arkansas State University. And Stephanie Johnson showing the Pins what's up. Aaron mentioned yesterday how it had been a long time he had seen certain individuals on Bowl TV. Yesterday's example was Julia Bond. Just hadn't seen her in a while, on Bowl TV. It's almost had the same sentiment as I watch Shannon O'Keefe and Shannon Puhalski, Stephanie Johnson, where I literally see them every day. Well, not every day, but at least 4 days out of a week for 14 consecutive weeks.
Reunited and it feels so good. Like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like that. And
Sorry to everyone for that, by the way. But
well, that's probably
I feel I just can't say it, though. It's not the same.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that. I don't think anyone's used to you singing. It's generally me doing that kind of thing.
Well, there's a reason why you're the one who sings, because you're much better at it. So.
And maybe not 14 consecutive weeks, but there is a little break. But for the most part, I've seen them often weekly. And so now to see him again bowling, it's like, oh, wow, it has been a few months.
They certainly have stayed busy. There they all are. Two are off camera right now, chatting about what they're seeing out there. Of course, all three of them on the same company staff, so potentially discussing equipment choices, what they're seeing out there. Emil sneaking photos. Good social media excitement for later. We do have standings up after game 2. Lauren Pate, very consistent so far, 247, 245. Former junior Team USA member at 492 through 2 games. Dakota Hazelwood, who had the big first game. Some struggles in game 2, 459, still sitting in second. Kayla Hicks. Kayla has been strong so far this week, and we'll follow up with that in just a moment. Sitting in third at the moment, 453. Shannon Pluhowski on our featured pair, 448. Sage Yamada and Aaron McCarthy tied at 447. Sydney Brummett and Paige Peters both at 443. Brenda Padilla, 441, and Abby Ragsdale rounds out the top 10 at the moment with 440. A total of 39 players are plus at the moment. Great shot there from the Hall of Famer Lucy Sandlin. Now, we talked a little bit about how the points work overall. And so when you're at bowl.com/Team USA Trials and you're looking at the overall standings after round 2, we're updating them game by game. So it's going to fluctuate a lot just because that's the nature of this event. It's never set in stone, and kind of until that 4th, 5th day when it really starts to take shape. So there's a lot moving around. But Kayla Hicks is actually our overall leader right now after essentially 1 day and 2 games. So as we mentioned, Kayla currently in 3rd place overall in this block. She was 19th yesterday, so 19 plus 3, 22. So far, based off of those numbers, she's the most consistent player in the field at the moment. Taylor Bolt-Tyson, 2nd overall with 25 points. Sierra Kanimoto, 26 points. Ashley Rucker, 37. Brittany Brown, 38. I'm actually reading the U.S. Amateur standings, excuse me. Most of those names were the same. My apologies. Sydney Brummett, the one player we have to throw in there, currently in 4th, 33 points. Then Ashley Rucker, 37. Brittany Brown, 38. So, once again, we talk about the consistency. We want the consistency. We want to see it over the course of the 5 different patterns, the 6-game blocks. Kayla Hickstow, I believe, Maryland Eastern Shore. Another strong collegiate program. Head coach Caleb Bandy in attendance this week. Crystal Elliott having some fun after that one, but she connects for her first strike, but had Brian Mano on a little bit yesterday during day number 1. He was talking about Crystal's game a little bit. Definitely the potential to be a star in the future. To address some questions in the chat, how many players are allowed for each Team USA team? Essentially from the men's and the women's team, they'll both have 12 players. You could say the same for the youth program, both the boys and the girls team. Of course, the National Selection Committee has the ability to select additional players based off of their performances this week. But the minimum currently is 2 in that particular category, so if they feel more than 2 players really performed outstanding this week and would like to have them as part of the Team USA or Junior Team USA program, they will have that ability. That's why you practice everything. Shannon predominantly wears a wrist brace. But today, something we see her practice quite a bit throughout the throughout what she shares on social media. And she found a use for it here. That's why you have all the tools in your bag, the tricks, the ways to manipulate releases. Basically all of it is important in making it happen. And Shannon's really showcasing that here. You can see minus 32. She's had some struggles. And sometimes that's when you need to kind of go through the Rolodex of what you can do. That 7-10 wasn't fun.
Not at all. Another pocket 7-10 we've seen here today.
That was not even Matt's fault. Shannon will take the 1, 224. We'll continue strong here as we move into the second half of this block. Sierra 171, Renell 181, and Bridget 176. Including the action on 43 and 4. Stephanie Zavala finishes up 185. Collegiate standout at Sam Houston State. Stephanie working on a strike. She had the big 4 last time on this lane. Does what she needs to do there. Turns it into a double. 210 max score. That was a really good shot by Stephanie. Both of them have been very good shots, that one in particular. Very impressed.
Also giving us a kind of a different look on how to attack the lanes. Something we had mentioned after game one. Did see a lot of what Steph and Shannon have been able to do. Shannon O'Keefe, both kind of playing similar areas and lines to the 1-3. See more bowling balls that look to be either smooth, a little shy to them.
Yeah, you figured with the smaller amount of volume on the lanes today that surface would make it tough to get the ball to kind of retain any energy through the front part of the lane. So it's kind of about, once again, finding all those ways, all those tricks you have in your bag to make the ball not read in those situations. Find a spot down lane and still retain the energy. And for some folks, that is a ball change. Other folks will do it with speed. Adjust their rev rate. Clean 205. Shannon here on Bowl TV. Stephanie 207 leads the way. Stephanie Zavala 185. Crystal Elliott 179. Lucy Sandlin 177. As we move towards game number 4 of this 6-game block in the second round of women's qualifying 2019 USBC Team USA trials. We are at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., also on site this week, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and the true legend of the game, Brand Houghton. After we conclude our women's second round, the men will be on the lanes 6 p.m. Eastern. 3 local time here in Vegas for their 6-game block and the second round. We'll keep doing this, repeating our ways in 2019 until we get to Monday's grand conclusion, the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals. Then the announcement of Team USA and Junior Team USA 2019. live right here, Bull TV, Monday night. So be sure to check it out. But for now, we're going to sit tight and wait for Game 4 to start. So thanks again for joining us here on Bull TV. Halfway through women's second round at Team Trials. We'll be right back. All right, good folks of Bowl TV. We are underway. Game number 4. Both 43 and 44 and 45 and 46 here at the 70 Lane Gold Coast Bowling venue. Our competitors joining us on 43 and 44 for Game 4. We have Hannah Fortin stepping up on 44 at the moment. Denisha Waller, we saw her yesterday. She's ready to go on 43 in just a moment. They're joined by Tara Quinlan, Leah Glazer, and Cameron Peters. .45 and 46, we have Paige Peters. Yes, there is a relation. We'll talk about that a little bit later. She's getting ready to step up on 45. She's joined by Taylor Davis, Madeline McDuff, and Ashley Rucker. Since we have Cameron and Paige Peters stepping it up right now at 43 and 46. Cameron in her French fry shirts are going to lead off. I'm digging the French fry shirt, by the way. I want to learn more.
I haven't seen that before.
But the first time we really got introduced to the Peters sisters was through USA Bowling.
Yeah.
2017. They made the TV show in the U15 division. And then last year, it's so great to say last year for 2018 now, by the way. Cameron on day one at junior gold. She had moved up. She's a year older, I believe. She had moved up to the under 20 division. She kicked off day number one of junior gold by shooting 800 her first 3 games. Turned that into an early lead and eventually worked her way into one of the automatic spots on Junior Team USA for the 2019 season. So Cameron, one of the 6 players on the girls' side. We also have 6 players on the boys' side who've already secured a spot on Junior Team USA in 2019. And now her sister Paige, plus 89 so far. Looking pretty strong here in the early going. Day number 2.
Yeah, they could be, actually kind of already are, really. Kind of that next sibling tandem that everyone talks about, that you know of, that you have to be aware of. And it's pretty cool to see, certainly at a young age as well. So you look forward to their continued growth. I'm sure the respective collegiate institutions out there are already going to do their due diligence. If I was a coach, I would certainly wouldn't mind having them on the squad as well.
And there are quite a few collegiate coaches out here this week. They do see an opportunity not only to, obviously, as we all know, this time of the year, the collegiate world is on a break. A good old winter break. And same can be said for all of our high school student athletes here this week. So it's cool. You don't have to necessarily miss class or for the tournament or anything like that. You get to come out, compete on your break. But also a chance for those coaches out here who may be coaches and players and I'm sure are scouting for the future. And when you become a collegiate coach, Emil, can I be your SID?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
It's in our retired days.
Yeah, we should make that happen. Talked about collegiate bowling in that regard. That was one game too soon, but I was talking about Tara, Denisha, Leah. They're all current collegiate players. Current and/or former, I should say. Denisha and Leah currently at Arkansas State. Tara began her career at McKintrey. I think she bowled for Justin recently. Nice shot there from Quinlan. See a few players get a little further left.
Search of that all-elusive push, hold, shim. Whatever it may be.
Nice.
It's a great shot right there from Denisha. Quite a deal there, Sean. I will consult my agents.
That is it's very enticing. I don't know about that payment. It can only go so far. But it'd be great in the early going.
Like I said, it's retirement-wise, so
that's a good point.
I'll be letting go by then.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're already letting go. Push. You're kind of in that zone where, left lane she left the bucket, missed the touch at the bottom that time. Probably make sure she didn't miss it. And then goes to the nose. Very common, obviously. We all do that. It's kind of subconscious in that sense. Halfway home here at game number 4. Anything intriguing in our live scoring here, Smith?
Sydney Brummett, 6'7". She's been bowling well this block. Might be a little bit too early to tell kind of across the board here. A lot of folks still in the 5th and 6th frame. Nothing too crazy yet. Solid shot there from Hannah. Great shot there from Tara for the double. Should be 4 in a row. Caught a rough break in the 4th. Emil, if you had to have French fries from
Oh,
one place,
boy. Wow.
where would they be? This is
Wow.
all inspired by Cameron Peters' jersey at the
I
moment.
knew you were going there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Knee-jerk reaction is McDonald's, but I want to say Portillo's. Yeah. Wow. That's a good question, bro. That's the question of the day.
Question of the day.
Inspired by Cameron Peters. There's so many answers. I guess maybe I've never had a favorite. But I haven't had Five Guys Five in a while. McDonald's is McDonald's. I might have to go with Portillo's currently. Look at this guy. Wow.
We're also approaching lunchtime here, so also a fair point. See, I work under the caveat that I would go with Whataburger fries, but you have to have the spicy ketchup. And I don't know if that plays into this question either. I made up the question. I can go anywhere I want, I suppose, but caveat of the sauce, ketchup. Spicy ketchup from Whataburger.
I feel that sauces shouldn't inhibit your selection. Because if you're relying on sauce to make the decision for you, then the fry isn't that good to begin with.
What happens if the sauce is just that good?
That means the sauce is good. You got to be able to eat the fry without anything.
I can still eat the fry, regardless.
Yeah, but it might not be the best one you like. But that you only like it because you can incorporate said sauce.
This is true. That is my favorite fry situation, though. On taste alone, though, I'd probably have your initial reaction as well.
You got to have a plain taste test. Of course, you know this.
Go with McDonald's.
I've explained it to you with the Whataburger In-N-Out scenario. You got to get like just the original, whatever it is they're known for, and start there. We should stop talking about this because it is lunchtime. We still have a couple more games to go, and I'm running out of snacks in my bag. Nah, it's over. I mean, not that I'm against mild sauce, because I'm not. But it wouldn't sway me. Now, chicken. Okay.
And the wheels have officially come off.
Yep. So
We've hit that point in the broadcast, folks.
And he's clearly, he or she, either is from Chicago or knows exactly what, because that's a specific Chicago item they just mentioned. push. All right, nice spare there for McDuff. Trying to grind it out here. But last instance on this, at least at the moment, we will have to ask Cameron, A, the inspiration, and then B, the same question you asked me. I feel it's only right.
We need to make this happen, much like Ashley Rucker is making this game happen. 3 in a row. Her ball roll is working really well with this lighter volume of oil, able to kind of get to clear the fronts pretty easily here.
Tara Quinlan made a ball change early, I should say mid-game, and wow, has produced a 4-bagger here. Wow, I can't believe you asked that question. I actually can believe it. Maybe just not in the setting which we are in. That was so amazing. I'm going to think about this for the rest of the day. Make sure my choice is what I really think it is. And then we got to ask other people.
Guy.
Next thing you know, there's a fry bracket. March Madness for fries.
That could be a thing. I've seen meme brackets. I've seen moment brackets.
Young lady who has presented this conversation here, Cameron Peters, pushed a little. Good break. Rucker. It's a very good observation you made, Aaron, in regards to the attributes for Ashley. Ref rate, ball speed, home ball, tilt.
All right, Emil, we have Game 3 update. Aaron
Let's
McCarthy,
go.
your new leader, 7:04 for the day. Lauren Pate, 6:95 in second. Paige Peters on our featured pair at the moment, 689. Page looking to salvage 176 here, though. Ran to some struggles after games of 275, 168, and 246. So she's kind of had that back and forth, pair-to-pair feel today. So we'll see how she bounces back in game number 5, but still sitting in third after 3. Sydney Brummett and Champ Luhowski tied for 4th with 672, and Jenna Williams is 657. Kayla Hicks is 656. Abby Ragsdale in 8th, 651. Taylor Boltice 646, and Brenda Padilla in 10th place with 644. 28 players, even or better at the moment. Looking in the overall standings. Once again, this will fluctuate greatly throughout the course of the event, but Taylor Boltice, your new overall leader, would currently have 15 points. Destiny Truly is in second, 24. Kayla Hicks currently with 26 overall points. Missy Parkin, 30. Sydney Brummett, 30. Brittany Brown, Sierra Kanimoto, Julia Bond, Erin McCarthy, and Shannon Plahowski. Your top 10 most consistent performers to this point.
Solid game here from Ashley Rucker. Continue to B+.
Madeline gets a hit, makes it 3 in a row. Definitely seen the move right, or excuse me, the move left from the right-handers here. Rucker finishes with 216. Taylor Davis, 202. Madeline McDuff, 169. Paige Peters, 164. 10th frame underway on 43 and 44 as we gear up for game number 5 up next. Tara's going to finish at 213. Hannah with one more strike can get to 198. Quick question in the chat about Senior Queens, and I fully expect to be here. Right here at Gold Coast for Senior Queens. Right around St. Patrick's Day. So we see some players make the move left. Cameron's still pretty firm with her angles here. Does have a little bit more ball speed. Definitely cannot get it back from there, so wash out. Second shot still has a chance to gain a few pins back here. Can run it down for 206. That'll get her to -4 for the day. Kick the 7. It's that hometown hit right there. Glazer competes for Arkansas State, but originally from the Las Vegas area.
Oh. Wow.
Okay.
That was incredible.
That was.
Yeah, your pulse, your heart's pulsating over there, you know.
Whew.
We've seen some weird things with 9 pins and pins around the 9 in the first couple days.
On 43 specifically, too, so.
There you go.
Pins like moving around, and that's the easiest way to make a move around. All 10 back, 199 for Glazer as we finish up game number 4. Moving on to game number 5 here shortly on Bull TV. 2019. USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championship taking place at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., Lindenwood University Hall of Famer. I stayed away from it this morning, so I had to work it in there somewhere. Also on site, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, Brent Houghton. Of course, the tournament staff this week includes good folks like Greg Moore, James O'Connor, Kathy Prang, Robin and Chippa Key. From Team USA in High Performance, Stephen Padilla and Katie Ford. Of course, the staff here at Gold Coast. Brunswick, the Ricks, Rick Cruz and Rick Barbera helping out with scoring. So everyone has live scoring and can check that out. Appreciate their hard work as always. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider. Herman Glenn on the lanes this week. Pushing that Kegel flex machine. Finally, Logo Infusion, the official jersey provider, Team USA and Junior Team USA. Right now, we're going to wait for our competitors, so everyone hang tight. Game 5 coming up next here on Bull TV.
Game 5 officially underway on our featured pairs here. It's Julia Bond. She's joined by Avery Brown, April McDonald, and Sarah Howell. On 43 and 44, Allie Leindecker, Megan Eaglehouse, Jessica Hallis, Taylor Boltice, and Brianna Clemmer. You are just joining us. This is USBC Team USA Trials, Day 2. Women's squad. The men will compete for Day 2 competition this afternoon at 3 p.m. Pacific Time, 6 p.m. Eastern. We certainly hope your Friday is going very well. I'm not sure I realized it was Friday, honestly, until about 5 minutes ago. Doesn't quite feel like a Friday, but that's probably because we had a holiday early in the week. Nonetheless, we appreciate you tuning in here. With Aaron Smith, my name is Emil Williams Jr. It's been a tough lane condition. We've seen just about every aspect of the kind of on-lane transition from a how to get to the pocket perspective. The 18 milliliters of oil to volume. "38 feet the distance." The start from a gutter for some. 5 at the arrows for many. Somewhere between 5 and 10 for several as well. Now into 4th arrow. A lot of right-handers. To be on the lookout for more lefties. The last lefty we saw on this pair, was Ashley Rucker, whose natural attributes of how she throws the bowling ball, as Aaron astutely pointed out, seem to kind of match up very well for what's out on the lanes.
Speaking of the left side, Emil, standings updated through 4.
What a transition.
Well, it's not me, it's Shamplowski. She's doing Shamplowski type things. Shot 259 after she had 224 in Game 3 here on Bowl TV. Our new overall leader for the day, 931 for her 4 games, averaging better than 232 so far in the early going. Sid the Kid, Sydney Brummett, been consistent all day. Sits in second. Lauren Pate's been near the top of the standings as well, 901. Erin McCarthy, 4th overall, 895. Taylor Boltice on our featured pair in 5th, 878. Brenda Padilla, 867. Abby Ragsdale, 866. Kayla Hicks, 861. Paige Peters, 853. And Dakota Hazelwood, 852. Our current top 10 in the daily. And Taylor Boltice at the moment, our overall Team USA Trials leader. The squad ended right now. She would have 11 points. Kayla Hicks, 27. Sydney Brummett, 28. Destiny Truly also with 28, as does Brittany Brown. Missy Parkin with 32. Sierra Kanimoto, 32. Shamplowski, 37. Ashley Rucker, 37. And Erin McCarthy, 43. So that's one of those interesting scenarios where, let's say Shannon has 2 big games to finish it out. She takes first place for the day. She can't get any less than 37 points now, though. So that's one thing to always keep in mind and kind of keep in the back of your head is, Shannon's bowling well today, but at the moment she's maxed out. She can't get any fewer points than 37 at the end of the day. So at the same time as she's trying to maintain her position, it's also about where other players end up falling throughout the course of the day if they potentially find some struggles or if they keep going and doing their thing like it ain't no thing. But once again, we're so early in the event. It's starting to shape the future, but so much movement left to go. But I think the important part for these folks in this top quadrant, this top 10, if you will, granted we still have 2 games to go, is that we've hit 2 patterns here at Gold Coast that seem to make you play. They've pushed the players to different parts of the lane quite a bit, especially on the women's side here. We haven't seen the men play yet today. But higher scoring yesterday, lower scoring today. These are the shot makers so far in the early going.
Well, that game 3 for Plahowski was here on our featured pair, as you mentioned. And she was probably right around 1-2 on the lanes in regards to board. Something that certainly would be customary for Shannon to do. Had urethane in her hand. And obviously not sure if that was the case in game 4. I would probably think so, but and also she's so good.
Yeah, that's a good prerequisite for 18 consecutive appearances on Team USA. That's wacky. It's half our lives.
A lot of years. Some of these competitors are 18. If you think about it in that regard. Well, for every year of some young person's life here, Shannon Plahowski has been on Team USA.
I've never seen a world. So we mentioned Taylor Baltice, the overall tournament leader as far as ranking points at the moment. She's going to be up on 44 for her 5th frame. And Taylor, a young athlete here who we've seen come close to making the team in the past. 2016 specifically. Was it 16 or 17? I think it was 16. That was kind of, we always talk about getting introduced to players for the first time. Tough break there. Great shot.
You missed her 8-pin on the left lane.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Hashtag team no 8-pin.
Yeah.
But I believe once again, I think it was 16. I actually think it was in this building. And that was kind of my introduction to her. Actually, I remember asking John Janowitz how to properly pronounce her last name because I knew the Florida connection there. I hope John was able to help me out. So much thanks, JJ. But that was kind of my introduction to Taylor. Like, wow, she had an awesome week and was one of those things where, we kind of talk about the awesome moments of people making the team, and then there's always going to be kind of the opposite end. There's going to be the heartbreak side, the folks who bowl great all week and just end up coming a little bit short, and that was Taylor's case in 2016. And since then, she's been a player. Great shot there by Julia Bond. That, it's been fun to watch her progress, and she had a fantastic collegiate career, won a national title at Weber International 2016. Weber was the runner-up in 2017. She was the runner-up at ISC. She came back to Baton Rouge, won a singles title at the Women's Championships. But it's great to see her back in this position once again. Putting on a show here in the early going.
Big shout out to my man Sip. Watching back at probably Shy. Congrats on number 2 upcoming. My man. So a decent, pretty solid question here from D. Smith. He says since they need to change lanes rather quickly, have you noticed players using the sanding rule ability in between? And actually Brad commented right after that and said I think they need to use it too much. I really haven't seen a lot of.
I would agree with that. Yesterday we saw it plenty.
Yeah.
But obviously volume-wise there's plenty of oil out there yesterday. But yes, today I really haven't seen it too often. And, that's once again going with the pattern and the change, wanting to see how players are able to compete in these situations. And yeah, the Abralon has been given the day off for the most part, at least behind 43 through 46.
Yeah, tough to say throughout the rest of the building. Now, if I had to guess, there was one player, based on what I saw Shannon Pulhowski do, and her urethane was relatively, I won't say chocolate because it wasn't that much, but she had surface on it. I'd imagine that she's probably trying to create the same look pair to pair, and so she would probably be utilizing that ability to make surface alterations in between games.
And
keep it as fresh as possible.
I would agree, and some players are able to see the lane that way very well, where instead of thinking left or right, being able to go back to front or front to back, however you want to say it, and basically being able to control that burn spot. Just kind of have the ball roll out at the right spot. Thinking more about getting it into its roll at a certain spot instead of kind of waiting on that down lane ball reaction. I think that's where the surface, especially in Chan's case, can be helpful keeping it going. Great shot from Clemmer there, a longtime Junior Team USA member. Collegiate national champion as well at McKendree. Taking a look at online scoring, looks like Pluhowski is staying pretty consistent here. Just clean through 4, 3-bagger. Frames 5 through 7 over on 19 and 20. Sydney Brummett, we've been mentioning her name quite a bit. She's putting together another nice game. It's been near the top of the standings all day.
This has quickly developed into a game for Taylor where she's throwing really good shots and yet can't find a double. 4-pin, 7-pin, 8-pin. Some of the leaves she has left here. All 9 counts. Jessica Hallis finds her first double. She's clean through 7 frames. Avery Brown, 1 field shot left. Avery throws it really good. Saw in the chat that looks like maybe from Ohio. Right there for Voltice. All right, 168 for Avery. Saw Avery early. What day was that? What day did we get here? New Year's Day.
New Year's Day, yeah.
She was here. I think it was that day, or maybe it was after practice session, but out just getting in some extra work. Spare shooting, getting a feel for the environment. Those are things you kind of notice when you see bowlers and say who's out trying to get some additional work. Obviously, you don't have to; it's not required, and it means nothing, more or less, but it's just something you notice. And obviously, something they don't have to do; they elected to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of good opportunities from coming out a little bit early, and getting comfortable with the center is always important. Get your footing underneath you, get a comfortable feel. But yeah, those last minute repetitions, any final things you want to work on, and usually if we're at a place that does allow practice, you go to certain centers are kind of closed off for certain things, but you could definitely pick some players out of the group. They're like, okay, we're going to see them this week. Well, hello, Shanice. Good afternoon as well.
Hello, wife.
I promise to have a good meal after we finish up here. French fries may be included. So Julia is going to take care of this 9-pin here. Get to 214. April McDonald finishes at 178. Avery Brown 168. Sarah Howell 149. Just about ready to get the foundation frame underway here on 43 and 44. Here is Jessica. You see the St. Francis, Illinois jersey. Representing the Fighting Saints. Coached by Tony Talley and George Cantos.
Example of a young program that has made significant strides in their few years of existence. Oh. Too many 7-pins like that today. Great shot there from Megan in the 9th frame. I believe Megan part of the Stephen F. Austin contingent here this week. Lady Jacks always have a good showing here at team trials. Update, Shannon Plahowski, 227. Game 5.
Nice shot there from Clemmer, an up and down game for her. A few opens. Had that 3-bagger in the middle of the game though. They're touchy for sure. Looks like game number 6 ready and able on 45 and 46. Lauren Payne going to be the first one to step up. Former junior Team USA member. Gets them all to fall. The Payton name, well mentioned on Bowl TV in the first 2 days here. Her brothers Nick and Josh also competing this week. We have Brooklyn Boudreaux starting up on 46.
Wow. Little hook right there.
They'll be joined by Sydney Brummett and Olivia Komorowski. Sydney's been pretty consistent so far through the first 2 days. Allie Leindecker finishes up with 189, a past junior gold champion. Back in 2017. She held her earnest spot on Junior Team USA in 2018. I think Allie still might be one of those players who's a year away from joining the collegiate ranks. No, she was just had just turned 16, I believe, when she won junior gold in the U20 division at 17. So.
Yeah, I believe she signed with Louisiana Tech.
Well, there we go.
In the fall of 2018. Signing period.
Louisiana Tech has recruited well the past few years. Shout out to the program. They've built a nice little team there.
Yeah, Coach Matt, he's here.
Saw him around, yeah. Haley finishes up with 189. Taylor 185. Megan can get to 195 with 2 more strikes. Brianna Clemmer working on a strike has a max of 198. Jessica Hallis can get to 212. Great shot from Brianna there. Once again, a longtime member of Junior Team USA. Two-time junior gold champion. And along with Lauren Payton in the chat, Jessica Malott and Taylor Bailey are the 2017 NCAA and ITC collegiate champions. Another team well represented each and every year here at Team Trials. Game 5 in the books on 43 and 44. A lot of similar efforts on the lanes there. Eagle House 192, Hallis 191, Lion Decker 189, and then Boltice and Klemmer both at 185. Oh! I want to say safe. Let's see here. Oh.
That was interesting.
I think she was safe at home plate.
I think so. It was arguably the toughest. You know what situation you call that? I guess pin hitting the rack, or did the rack hit the pin? I think because the pin fell forward, made it difficult to see it for what it was. If it had fell left to right, it gives you a little bit better inclination of what actually happened.
I would agree, and I would also agree with making the chat. Brooklyn's, she tosses the rock well.
Plus 55 is saying a lot here on this pattern.
It's the first time I think we've gotten to see her on Bull TV, so solid introduction. Speaking of introductions to Gold TV, on 43 and 44 for game number 6. We have Jasmine Mason, Kara Stasel, Miranda Pattison, and Caitlin Eder. Talking about Louisiana Tech a little bit at the end of Game 5, and Caitlin, one of those players that pushed me towards that comment about the program they built. I've seen her as a strong player at Junior Gold. She was the runner-up this past year in the U20 division. Earned a spot on Junior Team USA last year. And due to her performance this year, is already on the team in 2019. Caitlin, originally from Florida. I know she worked very closely with Lucy Sandlin, who's also bowling this week, USBC Hall of Famer. Double for Lauren Pate. Helps make up for that not so fun 7-10 in the third. Great shot there from Kara.
believe Olivia Komorowski was also part of the Wichita State Shocker squad that was competing in the 2 collegiate events a couple weeks ago here in Vegas.
I'm going to believe.
Pretty certain.
You are correct. Also fairly confident in that statement, but I know a place where we can go. Potentially find this information.
All right, Lauren Payton, the 3-bagger. She's getting ready for her final semester of college bowling. We have confirmed that Olivia was indeed on the Wichita State team last couple weeks ago.
Again, at the conclusion of our women's second round of qualifying here at the 2019 Team USA Trials. Be sure to keep a lookout on the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. For a quick rundown, maybe a highlight or two. Some of the top performers of the block. Of course, bowl.com/Team USA Trials is the place to be for all info, stats, standings, and more. For this event.
Oh, that was a heck of a shot there from Miranda. That's when you see everyone that made the move left. She has somehow figured out a way, and obviously this is the first time we've seen her all day, but managing to make some things happen. Still be on the right side for her, right side part of the lane outside. Payton just continued to improve got a chance to watch her, of course, the last few years, her time at McKendree. And she's gotten better every year.
Had some updated standings make it our way. After 5, Sydney Brummett and our featured pair, and looking to add another strike here in the 7th of frame. 257 last game to get to 1160. To move 2 pins ahead of Shamplowski at 1158. Aaron McCarthy sits at 3rd. 1,091, so there's some separation there between top 2 players and the rest of the field. Stephanie Johnson has had a strong back half of her block so far. 236 in game 4, 246 in game 5 to move into 4th place. 1087. Lauren Pate struggled a little bit in game 5, 178, but she's looking to bounce back right here. She's at 1,079. Taylor Baltice, 1,063. Brooklyn on our featured pair as well in 7th place with 1,055. Brenda Padilla, 1,053. Paige Peters and Abby Ragsdale round out the top 10 in 9th place at 1,051. So they've gotten tougher, yes. Glancing at the scores. 26 players plus right now. In the overall standings, Taylor Baltice continues to lead, although she struggled a little bit last game. As we kind of talked about with the scoring pace, it wasn't too crazy. So didn't have a lot of folks moving around her. So she only dropped 1 point, now has 12 overall points. Missy Parkin consistently near the top of the standings. She has 25 points at the moment. Sydney Brummett, 27 points, so the best, or that's her maximum score, or minimum score? Minimum score for the day. If she holds on to first place, she finished 26th yesterday during round 1. 1 point, the lowest total she can get for 27. Sarah Kanimoto has been consistent. Her and Kayla Hicks both have 32 ranking points at the moment. Destiny Truly continues to stay near the top of the standings, 34 points. Julia Bond, 35. Shamplowski, 38. Brittany Brown, 40. Aaron McCarthy, 42 points. Great shots there from Caitlin and Lauren. You kind of see it on bottom of the screen there. Sydney and Lauren discussing some information there. Let's see if Sydney can make the adjustments here. It works on the scoreboard. That's just mean for Jasmine right there. She's been tinkering and fighting. It's a great shot there. Have one standing.
Team no knife in there.
But unfortunately, in Jasmine's case, this is kind of an example of the ebb and flow of the event. We saw Jasmine at the end of day one. She was, or ended up, I believe, in the top 5 in the overall standings. Was right around there on the women's side. So obviously, that's a nice day. Didn't get a ton of points. And now minus 53 right here. Struggling in game 6 so far. So we'll have to essentially start fresh again. Come tomorrow, try to get back on the right track.
Yeah, and you explained that perfectly. It is, yeah, we're going to see, we could see various people lead each day. That's just the way the event is set up, which kind of makes that exciting too. You know, gives an opportunity for the players to, you know, if they see something they like or that's more to their strengths and they are able to, you know, have fun and exploit, that's certainly going to happen. And, you know, what about those days where the pattern that you see is not towards your strengths and maybe a little bit closer to what maybe you don't do as well? And kind of how do you manage those 6 games to keep, you know, the overall standpoint from the points perspective in play? And that's where the spare shooting really plays that major role. And then, as we mentioned earlier today, especially on this something like this, that's going to be tough. A little more lower scoring, so this spare shot, a lot of them, more than likely.
Nice 226 there for Lauren. She's going to get to plus 105 for the day. Shout out to Mike Pate checking in, even though I think he's standing right behind us. Maybe he's not here. He's got to be here. He's got to be here somewhere.
Who? Sorry.
Father Pate.
Aha. He's here.
Checked in on the chat, so he's
in the building.
Helping increase viewership. We appreciate that. Even while in the building. That's what we like. Brooklyn finishes with 177. Brummett working on a strike. Just kind of lost both lanes there. Back half of this game. She's able to convert the 310. I think we'd be pretty happy with a walking away with the 200 here when you didn't necessarily have your best look. Field ball left to go for both competitors on 45 and 46. Olivia. Get to 173, 201 max score for Sydney. Sydney will stay at plus 160 for the day. Gonna have two nice rounds in the books here at team trials. Pluhowski with an early double. Clean through 5, so position to potentially get ahead of Sydney once again and claim the top spot for the day. Getting that extra point. Brad's a question in the chat. As of right now, I have not heard the announcement for World Cup yet. Matt Cannizzaro is our guy when it comes to World Cup information. And last time I talked to him about it, there had not been a city selected. But yes, that is the prize at the end of the day for the champions of team trials. An opportunity to represent the United States wherever it may be.
Yeah, we just had that conversation maybe a couple days ago. Someone else had asked, and at the moment, no news yet. Push.
To Pat's question in the chat, I'd say we saw quite a bit of movement from players trying to play a little bit further out to start, and even in game one we saw some folks make the big jump. Between third and fourth arrow, trying to Just trying to find some shape, find some hold in the pattern. You're definitely earning it out there today. For those folks been around the top of the standings all day.
No gimmies today. And as we talked about it enough, obviously, but this is what you would want to see also in this type of event. Trying to find the best of the best, basically. And really, the players obviously give themselves the opportunity to be on the respective teams via their performance. And then, of course, the selection process. So what did you show enough to the coaches in the good and bad times? Because I think it's not just what's on the lanes. I mean, it's how you're carrying yourself on the lanes as well, not throwing a bull ball. You know, when you miss a spare, what was your reaction like when you came off the lanes?
No, that's a great point, and that's something, we see the folks of the National Selection Committee sitting around there. They're here. They're watching bowling. Those are things they're looking for as well. Those little moments where, how do you handle yourself in an adverse moment? Definitely all comes into play of being a part of the team is, this also is an individual event, but, could potentially, a poor attitude, they have to think about how that's going to affect the team and everyone else, things of that nature. And obviously when things are going well, it's easy to have fun, be carefree. But most of the time, last year, Kyle Troop and A.J. Johnson on the men's side they were leaps and bounds above everyone else. And, those guys were having fun the whole time. Not to say that it would change their demeanor, if they had some rough days in there. But, those are things that definitely got to usually tend to make their way out to the front out here. The odds of hitting every pattern, the odds of being in the top 5 every day. Pretty rough. So not only the grinding part of, making it through these tougher patterns, filling your frames, finding ways to turn 180s into 190s, 2-0s, things of that nature. But just watching the mental process kind of unfold before they even step up on the lanes is a big part of it too.
I think we have 2 good examples of that, right? As we watch our final shots here. Take someone like Jasmine Mason, who's clearly struggled this game. You mentioned she's been tinkering, trying to figure some things out, right? But, when you have that type of game, as we were just talking about, what are you exuding? Is the frustrations, reaching out to the public, if you will? How do you stay in the game mentally when you have those moments? And I think she's done a great job of that. And at the same time, then you look at take Caitlin Eder, for example. Early struggles in this game, although one opened in the third, but you could tell wasn't yet comfortable, figure some things out. So when you kind of mesh everything together, those type of players still can feed off one another, in my opinion. And you see that all the time in college bowling. That's why collegiate bowling is so grand in that respect, because you have the ability to learn, feed off of, and be picked up by teammates. And so when you try to create the ultimate team environment, and there are some obvious individual events in the Team USA program, or as far as international events, there are individual disciplines within particular events as well. But we all know that the team event is the event.
Final few shots here as we wrap up round number 2. Once again, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram, and of course, bowl.com/Team USA Trials, the place to be for all information. The men's 6-game block. Will begin today, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. local time. So just about, probably about the time we finish up, about 2 hours, 45 minutes away. Final shot for Caitlin here, going to be in the 220s. 225. She'll be at plus 55 for the day. Once again, the runner-up at Junior Gold this past year in the U20 division. If I had to guess on a bowling ball for Caitlin there, might be the first track precision. I don't think I knew one out, but from our vantage point, pretty tough to tell. But that will do it. Really, that's going to do it. We're going to turn the cameras off, and we're going to go have lunch and eat French fries, and do cool things like that. But we promise we will be back once again, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 local time here in Las Vegas, right here at Gold Coast, for the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships Round 2 of men's competition. For the tournament staff, for the host staff, for the guys doing the work behind the scenes, Jason Thomas, Matt Canzaro, Brant Houghton, Lindenwood University Hall of Famer, Emil Williams Jr. I'm Aaron Smith. We appreciate everyone joining us here on Bowl TV. Once again, we'll be back in just a few hours. Going to take a quick break, re-oil the lanes. We're going to see how the men handle their 38-foot pattern. A little bit different. 21 mils on the men's side, I believe. So going to be slightly different. But we're excited to see how that plays out as well. And we hope to see you here back on Bowl TV. That's going to do it for now, folks. See you soon. Enjoy your lunch.
Go get some fries.
Yeah, fries.